Ah! Oh, hold on. Wait, I forgot the most important part. Ah! Hello? Okay, if you're talking, we can't hear you. That's cool.
How about now?
Yay, there you are. Hi, welcome.
I haven't finished eating yet, so this will be interesting.
Welcome, everybody. This is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We played, like, the first 2 hours 2 weeks ago? Last week? Was that last week?
Something like that. Do you remember anything about this case?
I do.
Oh, wow. That's good.
Definitely not John Watson got shot.
Mm-hmm.
And then this English lady that was talking to him, like, left, and the cops were like, hey, don't tell anybody about the English lady.
Mm-hmm. And this is all in the backdrop of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship,
which I personified in the chat title as Imperialism Con.
Well, the Anglo-Japanese Friendship Treaty was a real thing, by the way.
Oh, I'm aware.
A real, actual historical event.
But Imperialism Con, though.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was a funny joke. About two countries that used to have real bad imperialist track records. Now, note, I'm saying that country that also has real bad imperialistic history.
A country that may or may not currently have it.
Yeah, no, it depends on who you ask.
So, in case you forgot the voices, you obviously had Ryunosuke.
Mm-hmm.
You had Inspector Hosonaga.
Mm-hmm.
You had Old Man Curio.
Does he come back?
I don't know. I can't remember. But just in case. So, Old Man Curio, the judge, the bailiff.
Alright, yeah.
And also the girl on the cover of the box who looks like Maya, whose name has not been revealed yet.
I see. I'm going to assume that she is a fae of some kind.
Not even remotely.
Why'd they make her look like that, then? No. Not allowed. Alright, everybody, let's get on back into it. We're hoping to finish the first case tonight.
And I've got the next voice.
I don't think a lot of people are going to see this stream because, again...
Bangs is going to see it. She's very excited for it, actually.
Well, she's not in the chat, so she's going to miss it.
I'm just going to let her know that you said that she's not in the chat, so she doesn't count.
Yep.
Okay.
That's how it goes.
Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb.
My heart was in my mouth the entire time.
It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer.
Forget it! It's terrifying! If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again!
Got some bad news for you there, buddy.
Oh, buddy. We're playing a game called The Great Ace Attorney, buddy. And the Great Ace Attorney is you! And then also, through time...
This is what it's like to be an ace attorney.
It turns out the true Ace Attorney was all the lawsuits we found on the way.
Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last.
Huh?
No, that was more of a, huh? Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she?
That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start! And then they were like, aliens don't exist! Dr. Wilson wasn't alone!
Do you want to know the pun for Giselle Brett's name?
What is the pun for Giselle Brett's name?
So, some may call this a spoiler, but this is the first case of an Ace Attorney game, and she's the only new person we've met. So, in the Sherlock Holmes books, the backstory for John Watson is that he was in the war. He was shot with a Giselle rifle. How might one pronounce the name Brett when written in Japanese?
Giselle Buretto. Gonna hit the button now. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along.
Yes, you have, haven't you?
I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my observation are one thing I am sure of.
Yes, I can see that.
Observation is supposed to be Apollo's thing. Apollo's ancestor.
About this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seemed. Did you see what happened with that?
No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor, next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, kabloosh! Sploosh! I was about to do the same thing. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the... Wait, fucking what? He shoved you in a locker, basically?
Yep. Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay.
Except, yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside of the dining area.
Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Discord's video compression really does not like it when the screen flashes white. Like, every time it does that, it takes like a full second for me to see the next line of dialogue.
Fuck yeah. Good job, Discord.
Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. There's two specific voice actors that I'm trying to go with these two characters. I see Mikotoba as being Patrick Sates, and Kazuma as Kaiji Tang.
Those fit.
I don't know if I'm doing a good job at that. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend. If I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway.
What? What are you saying, Kazuma?
So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way.
Kazuma?
Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man.
To me?
Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case.
Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim?
Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see.
I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Oh no, she faded away. She's dead. Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once, you dirty fucking murderer!
Why is the bailiff Hulk Hogan?
I don't know. Why isn't the bailiff? All bailiffs are Hulk Hogan. I've never been in court. I just assume.
I've been in traffic court. Does that count?
No.
Okay.
Traffic court's fucking weird. Is it like it
A little bit.
in Jersey? Is it like the one time I've had to go into traffic court, it's just a room where the judge shows up and he's like, all right, I'll call your, and there's a bunch of fucking people and it's like, I'll call your name and then I'll tell you what happens.
Yeah, that is exactly how it goes.
It's fucking super weird.
Okay, so I've been in traffic court twice. The first time it was literally like in a real ass courtroom, and it was just like all of us were waiting in like in the gallery to be individually called up to the stand. And then the second time, the way it went was that you waited in line to go to the prosecutor's office, and the prosecutor would be like, all right, here's the thing. I don't really care that like your registration was expired. Did you fix it? Okay, then here, we'll throw out the charges, wait for the judge to call you, and then the judge calls you, and then you go out and you pay $20.
That's essentially how it went for me as well, yes.
Yeah. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what's hit them.
We're up against dinosaurs? Kazuma?
What?
Thank you. Really.
What for?
Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now.
Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend.
Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. All right then, I'll save the thank yous for after the trial.
You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street.
Ah, yes. You mean the cafeteria at Yume University? That's on University Street? That
on
Yume Cafeteria?
95. With an extra large portion, of course.
I don't have a paycheck.
Yeah, prisoner paychecks aren't very good, so.
Yeah. I am apparently peaking, so I'm going to turn my mic down just a tad.
So I don't know about anyone else, but the first time I ever played Ace Attorney, it was on a used DS copy, where since the game had already been played through, I had already unlocked the text skip. So like I would advance the text scrolls, so I didn't have to wait for it to scroll. And so the first time I played an Ace Attorney game that wasn't pre-owned, which was to say Apollo Justice, I didn't realize how fucking long that location text takes.
Oh yeah, it's very, I think it's stylistically cool, but holy shit, it takes fucking, especially the older ones, it takes even longer.
Yeah, it takes a while.
Ah! The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry. What are you fuck you! No!
Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down in our nation's founders? I don't know if that's a typo. Was that meant to say flounders?
I think that was supposed to say flounders. It doesn't make sense otherwise. Again, terribly sorry.
If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up! Shut up, you jumped-up rookie boy!
I know you are, but what am I?
You and your friends know nothing! Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
Is that how you spell the word maneuvering in England?
Yes.
Hey, yo, just because you guys invented the language doesn't mean you get to do this shit. That's not how it fucking works.
I mean, I would wager a guess that it's not pronounced maneuvering.
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 I guess.
Maneuvering.
Manoeuvring. That's what the word is now. It's
I'm making a
manoeuvring.
complete guess, by the way. I have no idea how it's supposed to be pronounced in British English.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student and one who could arguably study harder too. Please don't look at my math scores. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all.
Oh. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
Thank you, I'm terrified.
You little brats!
Ah! Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume, the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency!
Dude, don't do that to your desk. You're gonna hurt the desk. It's nice wood. Nah, fuck, she's pretty. Well,
She's one of my favorite designed characters in the franchise, I think.
pack it all in, everybody.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Do you think they do, like, quick executions in this country right now? Because, like, I'm fucked. We both know it. Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without. I heard that in England, they don't even say a word before drinking 4 cups of tea.
Is that true? Oh, that's you, I'm sorry.
No, is that true?
No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival.
Yes, yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true?
No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of.
Oh, yes. I think I did, didn't I? Unfortunately, short-term memory is not the one.
Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman.
Is that a real swan? Did you taxidermy a swan and put it on your hat?
Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking.
Hey, my description was 100% accurate. That there is a woman.
You know, that's
From toe to tip.
actually accurate.
From toe to tip, that's a woman. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Transportation for the Sopadine.
What?
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Prostration is trap. I mean, why the crest soldier from the Magbelly Nation?
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in UMA University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people.
I'm uncomfortable for Japan here.
I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
Man, Britain sure had a lot of big ships and guns, huh?
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough.
Yes, I agree. I don't speak English, but you'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it?
Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke.
I've never taken one of those in my life. Ha! The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? I don't remember about the butter, a papa de pepuda.
Oh, I ken that long blat you won for choice no so at Rock's last ween.
What are you reading? Because you're obviously going from some script of like, this is what English sounds like.
So there is a
if you
short
don't
film.
speak English.
There's a short film called Squirrel, Skwerl, that was written specifically to be that. This is what English sounds like if you don't speak it. From what I've watched it, and it's like uncanny. And in the comments, you can see people being like, "Yeah, English is my second language. This is exactly what it sounds like."
Good. She says yes. Okay, that was a full sentence. This could take some time.
So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese.
That seems a little weird.
Do you want me to bother doing all of it?
Go for it.
That Chad's a long ray for the wrong rain season all. You the one gring for Van's Verdation then. It's fine for me to display the Joe drink all the mass bourgeois town while I drink the whole jam Jew from aspiration trap.
She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. And god damn it, she's so dedicated to her job that a little thing like murder wasn't going to make her late.
Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape.
I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Unbereave that Moriarty
No,
John.
that's me. Oh, wait, yeah, that was you. Never mind. Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. I mean to say, yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Ah! 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 Order! Order in the court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is.
I need you to not draw your sword. I'm right next to you and you will cut me. Ah! Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. See, I'm going Simlish. Except not, because I don't speak Simlish. And I'm pretty sure
there are people that do.
I'm pretty sure there's a method to the madness in the generation of Simlish.
Oh yeah, well it's not generation, it's actual voice acting, so.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean.
You bleed that probadium by the Wrongford line today, the Razy Man and Nash Marine.
I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak.
Go on for mean that you agreed the treason. No per treason is trap.
After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes.
I mean, why the crest soldier for the Magdalene nation? Bird's predation for the Sopardine.
I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony indeed. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! And look at this snow-white angel! I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn.
I'm not a lawyer. But he's so annoying. Can I borrow your sword? I can take care of this problem real fast. If I'm going to jail anyways, god damn it, I'm taking a couple people with me. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go.
The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however.
Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I don't know. That swan looks like it could probably hide a couple of guns. Also, that swan tail that she has on her back, I guess. I hope that's connected to the dress and not something else. That would be improper for court. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Does that count as a DVD Smith quote 76?
No.
Okay. Yeah, you didn't really make an ass of yourself.
Yeah, I didn't make an ass of myself. I agreed with the character. I'm correct. Stop booing me. I'm right.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
So, like, not even in terms of just the outfit. I mean, let's be real. Women have more hiding places than men do. If I wanted to hide a gun, I have like 3 options.
Okay, so obviously I know like the classic thing you're thinking of, but she is wearing a corset.
That just makes it even more pronounced. It's fine. I don't know how a corset works. I just know what they look like.
You would not be able to hide a gun in it.
Not with that attitude, you wouldn't. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous! If only I was allowed to lift up her... Hey, Yosuke, let's pump the brakes just a tad, buddy!
It's a little bad timing there. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryanosuke.
But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day.
You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now.
I hope it was under her hat. Not like in her hat. Like, I hope fucking Watam style, she just had a gun underneath her hat and she took it off.
What I really want to know is, what does Capcom think that red text sounds like? Because there's a character later in the game whose entire speech quirk is that every sentence he has red text.
I have no idea, because as far as I've ever been able to figure out, it's never consistent. Ever. I've never been able to figure out the rules for when they color text in Ace Attorney.
Because in some games, it's clearly just like, okay, the red text is just something important. It doesn't mean anything for the way that they're speaking. But if you're going to make an entire character whose like dialogue quirk is the red text, it's got to mean something, right?
So there's 3 tiers that we have now seen on this channel even. You have what it's supposed to be, and that would be in the middle. I don't actually think we've seen a good example of that. Maybe in Zelda? Zelda sort of has that kind of thing, right? Yeah. Zelda colors...
I mean in the middle.
That would be in the middle. And then the top is Ace Attorney. Where,
like rankings, okay.
Yes, where red text is... I don't know, sometimes... It's usually when it's an important thing, but like sometimes it just doesn't make sense. And then you have Sonic Battle.
Sonic Battle, which had an elaborate system of colors.
And it also was not consistent at any point whatsoever. Sometimes something that was blue text in one dialogue box would come up in the next dialogue box and be green. And it didn't make sense. And that's bottom.
Green was pretty consistently locations. But sometimes locations could be important. That's when they were blue. And anything that had to do with the Chaos Emeralds were blue. And then important that didn't have to do with the Chaos Emeralds were red. And then some things were purple.
And sometimes the Chaos Emeralds were red.
Well, yeah. The Chaos Emeralds aren't related to the Chaos Emeralds. They're just the Chaos Emeralds. Fang says, are you not guilty, son?
No. I've murdered so many people. Oh, shit. You mean Ryanosuke Naruhodo? Yeah, probably.
And to do so, we'll need to pull her testimony apart.
Ah! The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Kazuma, what the fuck is a cross-examination? It's been like 10 minutes. Alright. Arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon. Fuck it.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue, isn't that right?
No.
Holy shit, that got me more than it probably should have.
Really good. Decisive English no has quite a sting to it.
The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together.
But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first.
Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Wonderful logic! What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
Britain's not gonna fuck you, and if they do, it's not gonna be in the way that you want.
It's really hard to do an ouchie voice that's like not pathetic. I mean, it is pathetic, but it's like a willing pathetic, you know? So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? So why did Haru maybe kill someone? Well,
That's what we gotta find out.
All that we know so far is that she was present at the scene, and the police tried to hide that fact.
Also, she says she has nowhere where she could store a gun.
Yes, there's nowhere on her person that she can hide a gun.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say. And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hata Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering.
Was Miss Brett aware of that fact?
Fangs, the first thing I said when I saw that swan was wondering if it's a real taxidermied swan that she just, like, nailed to the top of a hat. I'd wear that hat. I would not wear that hat. That sounds freaky. I don't want to... No. I don't need ghost swans coming into my fucking business. It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here, right? Isn't that right, Mrs. Pratt? Blah. That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left?
Yeah, me. What a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all.
That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water.
What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement?
It's very meaningful.
No, I'm sure it's nothing. You know, every time we've ever been asked that question.
I mean, I believe there is actually a case in Trials and Tribulations where multiple statements bring up that question, but only one of them is actually correct.
Okay, well, I can tell you, so far as where I am in this game, there's not a single one.
Beautiful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing,
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well sidestepped, counsel.
Ah! Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Cosima. I'm going to remember that one.
Which one?
Significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. Like when people ask me when I'm going to go to class. And when people ask me why it's important that I don't go to class.
I'd hope there's some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke.
Probably not. Statistically not. Alright, let's see. Glass of carbonated water. Alright, I gotta look at. I forget how to open the... Which button opens the court record. There we go.
The buttons are in the bottom right.
It says no some kind of
This
medical
is clearly a
treatment.
record of...
We've already
Oh,
heard
it is,
this
okay.
part. Measure for the extraction with use of anesthesia.
This is the exact moment that I turned on text skip, because one line at the very end of this is different to acknowledge that you already read it, so the game doesn't realize you've read it, so you can't skip through the text.
Beautiful. Can I?
Also, you can't open the menu when you're examining evidence for some reason.
No food or drink other than water. Okay, so he was allowed to drink water.
Yes.
So, like, obviously the thing I'm supposed to be looking at is he's clearly sitting in front of the food that is supposedly for her.
I can't remember. I genuinely don't remember.
I mean, that's what's sticking out to me the most.
I remember how this case ends, but I don't remember the stuff in between.
Yes! So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? This witchcraft water. Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective.
And the beefsteak. That was for you, Miss Brett?
The lady says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world.
Yeah, they don't really have a lot of cows.
Yeah, did cows live in Japan before? Like, because I know,
I'll
I know
double check.
Horses. Did horses?
No, I think they got horses from China.
That would make sense because I know we got horses from England. We did. There were no horses in North America until Europe brought them over.
I'm checking. Where are cows native to?
Welcome, Xander. How are you doing?
They are native to... Oh, they're native to Turkey.
We're
so
learning about
maybe.
cows.
Yes, welcome. This game, as a period piece, does have a lot of things that I'm occasionally like, is that real? And then, but yeah, so cows are native to Turkey, which is close enough to China that I would believe there could have been trade.
Oh,
but
probably.
maybe livestock was just really difficult to trade. I don't know.
That who knows? I imagine if they were going to take animals to Japan across the ocean, or well,
Yeah,
not really across the ocean. I assume it would be horses before anything else.
I think
Maybe chickens.
it is a significant historical anecdote that basically every traditional Japanese dish that has meat in it is fish.
Yeah, it's fish. Fish, rice, and soy are like the big things in most East Asian countries, I believe.
Yeah, but like Japan just doesn't have any traditional food that has meat in it that isn't fish. So I think they just didn't have livestock at all.
I mean, that makes sense. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. It is. Sashimi's delicious.
So I don't know if you've noticed yet, but this game touches on racism a bit. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is?
True. Come to think of it, I mean, there are some countries where people eat things with mayonnaise, and we all know that that's something that they should be dragged into the street and shot for. But other than that, all food is valid.
So between Xander and Fangs getting here, let's just recap the case so far. This is the trial of the main character, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, for the murder of one John H. Wilson.
Who's definitely not supposed to be legally distinct John Watson.
Not at all. And so it occurred at a restaurant, and Ryunosuke happened to have picked a gun up off the ground as it was happening, and he was accused of the murder. And we discovered that Professor John Wilson was having lunch with Giselle Brett, the woman on the stand right now, and the police tried to hide the fact that she was there because she is an English woman, and there is a tenuous treaty and alliance between Japan and Great Britain right now. So they try to just be like, okay, and the Englishman is already the victim in this case. Let's just try to get this woman as far away from the case as possible. But it turns out that she is a key witness now, and she speaks English. She does not speak Japanese. So she is speaking through her interpreter, which is the police inspector who was present at the scene, undercover as a waiter.
And so now we move forward to kill England. True. Come to think of it, first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. Was carbonated water really that old? Have we been doing carbonated water for that long? Holy shit.
What do you mean?
That feels like carbonation feels like something that would have been created in like the 40s.
I don't know. I mean, they mentioned carbonated water earlier.
Carbonated
water.
I'm
it
just
is thought
saying,
the first person to aerate water with carbon dioxide was William Brownrigg in 1740.
Jesus Christ. All right, fine. But anyway, back to this witness's statement.
That's my least favorite animation in the game.
That gave me stop looking at me. I need you to stop staring at me, buddy.
The weirdest part is that I'm on the fourth case of the second game, and not a single time has that animation been used to represent him looking at the camera. Not a single time.
Well, he's sure looking at the camera right now. The slope.
We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now.
Just sliding over to Kazuma with Ryunosuke just doing fucking nothing. Thank God.
Because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around.
In some kind of turnabout. Understood, Kazuma.
Kazuma's high concept as a character is handsome elderly brother who gently guides you with fortune cookie level wisdom. Well, also, he was the lawyer that was supposed to represent you, but he is, he's lined up to go to Great Britain as an exchange student. And if he lost this case,
that's not what I meant to hit.
He likely would not be allowed to go. So Ryunosuke was pressured by his professor into representing himself in the trial, instead of letting Kazuma do it. So Kazuma is a lawyer and Ryunosuke is not. But Kazuma is still allowed to serve as the assistant to the defense. So that's what he's doing.
None of you saw anything, guys. None of you saw anything.
You're allowed to hit the home button.
I didn't hit the home. That's not what I thought. That's not what it was.
Yes.
Okay, I was wrong. Oh man, what if we just loaded?
Okay, so later in the game, you're gonna do a thing with Sherlock Holmes where you have penalties. Do not load on when you get one of those wrong, because the dialogue for each possible thing you can present incorrectly is unique.
Beautiful.
What did you present?
I presented the picture of him sitting in front of the fucking beefsteak.
What's the other picture got?
It's
Let's look at that one.
Beefsteak, but there's no people.
Well, let's like actually look at it.
There's a beefsteak, but see, there's a beefsteak right here. You can see the grill marks. That's a fork.
Okay.
That's a knife. There's also a bottle here. The dead guy was in this chair, but he's not anymore. Just take my word for it.
So I'm not 100% certain. So I'm not 100% certain what to do. So I don't know if you would consider it spoilers for me to give you my thoughts.
Go for it.
So
I'm pretty sure I know what it's pushing me towards, but I don't know exactly how it wants me to.
So the full order was Wilson got water and Brett got the steak, and that's all, right?
They said they both got water, and then Brett got the steak.
Okay.
Yeah, see, the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water.
Okay.
I take that to mean,
I
well,
only see
okay,
one
maybe,
glass on that table.
Maybe, yeah. All right, why not?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. I was right. I just shared the wrong picture of. He did it again. I don't want that to happen. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you?
Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
That was the wrong time for me to try and take a spoonful of Chipotle.
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah! You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence?
Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try and tell me you can clink with only 1? You can't clap with 1 hand.
Yeah, Hosonaga.
You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table.
It's fine for me to say that Joe drank all the mass-murdered town while I drink the whole jam Jew from asportation trap.
Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious.
Sorry. Okay, so real talk, this is a pretty clever way for them to handle this dialogue here.
Yeah.
It's fucking impossible if this game had voice acting. Like, what the fuck am I doing? But, hey. Is there stated lore behind her getting to wear a mask in a court of law? She's British.
Yeah, she's English. They get to do whatever the fuck they want. They have big ships with big guns.
That is more or less the entire point of this case, yes.
There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
What? No, no, no. This can't be put down to mischief.
I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene.
You for one why this all van's predation, for why for even ween at all.
It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing.
Logic is stupid. Throw it in the trash.
No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Ah!
Thanks,
Indeed.
wait till you hear about the window tax. Because
Indeed.
even better than the stuff that didn't exist is the stuff that did exist.
The lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really.
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance.
Yeah, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's deeper significance there, it's the fucking handbag. Wait! The lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun.
You ready
But
for some bullshit?
what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun, and she doesn't even have a permit, because those don't exist yet. You're right.
Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
Javelin would be the thing from track and field, yes.
Carrying a hard copy of the live court transcript.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosanaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag?
Ugh.
Ah, ah, ah! Order, order, order.
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask.
Do you think so, Kazuma? Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. Then no, you are a bad cop, then.
I'm just gonna die on the witness stand because I have a wild variant of Phoenix Wright villain breakdown animation. Villain breakdowns have included dying on the stand before.
This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting.
This is some bullshit.
As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag.
That's a really shitty handbag.
That's a bad handbag. Well, I never! You can see right through to what's inside.
This lady was just carrying around an empty handbag that was see-through.
She was carrying around an empty handbag that had bigger holes than a fucking woven basket. That's right. Apparently meshwork bags like these. That's not meshwork. You can't. Meshwork is smaller holes than that shit. You couldn't even put a coin in there. Are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san.
I feel like her animations are like really good.
All of the animations in this game are fantastic. This is where all of Capcom's animation budget goes. These games.
Isn't a clear tiny handbag just an empty Ziploc bag?
Well, no, because a Ziploc bag would hold shit better than the bag we just looked at.
It's true.
Order, order.
That wasn't a clear handbag. Those were holes.
Those were holes. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once, because there wouldn't have been plastic, clear plastic at this point.
Xander, the impression I'm getting is that you've never played Ace Attorney. Which means I've got an idea for a stream.
Ace Attorney's really good. It's probably my favorite thing that Capcom makes.
This game that we're playing right now is the highest rated review I've ever given on the site. The second highest rated review I ever did was the Ace Attorney trilogy.
I think this, followed by Resident Evil, and then probably, I don't know, Devil May Cry. All the other cool shit that Capcom makes has not been cool for a while, or is dead. Because you got Street Fighter. Oops. You got Marvel vs. Capcom. Oops.
Okay. Here's my concept for a stream series. We play through the entire Ace Attorney series. Joe, you and me do the voices, and Xander reacts to all the wild bullshit he's never seen.
We can also bring in people to voice guest characters too.
But I want to voice characters.
Yeah, like other people could voice characters too.
Look, the moment you told me that I'm not going to get the opportunity to voice Herlock Sholmes, my heart broke.
Good. Good.
That's the one character in this game whose voice I feel I could do the best.
Certainly, Your Excellency. We're not gonna see Herlock on this stream.
Joe doesn't want to stream the whole game, which, like, fair.
I want to be
like,
able to. I want to play it in my own time at my own pace.
This is like, so counting the first stream, this is hour 5 that we're in right now, and we're still in the first case.
How far in is he?
He's in the second case.
Thanks.
but,
We're not.
like,
We're still in Japan. We haven't even gone to England yet.
we're in the first case.
I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel.
Just do my law degree after I finish med school. Good.
The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed. And there is only one logical conclusion.
It's that you did it, Prosecutor Ouchie. Oh, shit!
That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
Looking forward to the rest of the game, which takes place in jail. Well, would Joe, do you mind
if you think about it, England kind of is jail for people that aren't white.
Joe, do you mind if I give away some, like, part of the premise of the second case?
Sure.
The accused of the second case is also Ryunosuke.
Fuck yeah. Finally. So he has a worse track record than Nick. He has a track record on par with Maya.
Yeah.
Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around in like a turnabout, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. It was I who was turned about. I don't know about you, but this... Oh god, I hate that he's completely static. This looks like a shitpost thing. Can I get rid of the... Hold on. How do I get rid of the UI?
I feel like you can.
I'm pretty sure I can.
But so, okay, so... Oh, so when you did that, it was gone for like 1 frame. So you just need to go to the VOD.
No, there has to be a way. There has to be a way.
So just bring up the history and hit capture really fast.
I'll figure it out later. I'll figure it out later. It's fine. Everything's fine.
So here's the thing about Ace Attorney's animations. They're made by extremely talented people, but they were paid $3 for each animation.
Kazuma?
I'm sorry, Ryunosuke.
Well, I'm gonna die. Yep.
Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue.
Unless there's another murder right now. What? You mean this is it?
I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat.
No.
You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
I get fat in jail? Maybe it's not so bad.
That's true. It's more than I get here.
Yeah. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. So here's the thing. I understand the idea that Ryunosuke is working on, which is, you know, oh man, I don't want my friend to like lose his trip to Great Britain to learn about law. This is entirely Kazuma's doing. That part, that's his entire choice. That has nothing to do with anything.
I mean, it's still a loss.
Kazuma.
What?
Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around in some kind of turnabout?
You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means There's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Is this like the real Japanese judicial system? So it is exaggerated for the sake of comedy and gameplay, but the first Ace Attorney game was a direct satire of the Japanese judicial system.
Yes. Mostly the part where like prosecutors get paid a shit ton of money and defense attorneys don't really, and like most of the time if you go to trial in Japan you will probably be found guilty. It's kind of a like prosecutors basically build their reputations on how many people they've put in jail.
Also, Japan doesn't have juries.
Also, Japan doesn't have juries. That is
well.
Correct.
I think they might now.
I'm not entirely sure.
I from what I'm seeing, I just Googled it real quick. I think around like 2010-ish, they were testing it.
Interesting. But yeah, the entire Ace Attorney series is satire of that whole system, and kind of some of the writers at Capcom going like, this seems fucked up.
Yeah.
There's like in Judgment, the Yakuza spinoff, you start the game, the main character is an attorney who just got somebody off for murder. Like he got somebody declared innocent when they were being like accused of murder, and he's like a huge deal because that doesn't fucking happen ever.
The conviction rate in Japan was something like 95%.
Yep. Sure is. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all.
That smug little.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby... What? I was not done talking. Wait, Your Excellency!
Ryunosuke?
I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
This amateurish is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Yes.
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There could be no problem with this evidence.
You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke.
Please put your sword away. No, do not. Stop. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Ah! Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear?
I think you still get the full 5 penalties, but...
Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. I mean, I mean...
Thank God. I watched several streams of people doing this exact part, and it took all of them like 5 minutes to notice that.
Oh! It's like one of the most clear details about the whole freaking picture!
Pat Pavon kept trying to go for the chair.
God bless Pat. That's Pat. That's dumb. I love that boy to death. I wish him nothing but the best in life. I don't know him personally, but I would die for him. That checks out. Look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
Smasherpiece's question: if a DLC fighter is announced that exists in a game chronologically behind where are you guys at, do they get immediate attention?
After they come
Roughly.
out. That happened with Terry.
Yeah. We wait until the fighter is actually released, and then it is our next game.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? There's no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn.
It's fine for me to display the Joe drink all the mass bird to Twine Town while I drink the whole jam Jew.
Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case?
To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. That's not what I meant to hit.
Xander, that's really funny to me because Smasherpieces doesn't have a lot of good things to say about Dr. Mario.
Sure don't. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful.
Yes, you're right.
I am? I am! I mean, yeah, I am.
If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to price this shutting door back open again.
Price? I've never seen that
I assume
word
it's some
before.
form of pry.
Probably.
British English is weird.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture.
But if we had evidence, evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you'd allow it?
I would, yes.
To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face.
Really? I have to find some link between the burn and that... Hold on one second. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. Ah! So then the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Let's see. I actually don't think I know.
Well, then I guess it's time to look over the evidence.
Oh, there it is. Okay,
This
figured
one
it out.
also took people a little while.
I figured it was something like that, but I didn't know for sure. What's this, Council? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention that England made because England is cool and I want them to like me. Do you think they'll go to prom with me? Anyways, when we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Hey up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here, forevermore. What? How?
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
It's the fork! No, it's not the fork.
Yes!
I'm just playing a cool prank.
The beefsteak.
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah!
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape.
Ah!
Vianosuke, you're a genius.
You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
You missed the tea in quote fangs. Just like Miss Brett's gonna miss her tea with the university president.
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim.
Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga?
I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And, although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim would have let out a scream of pain. Wouldn't have let out a scream of pain, then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
You're a detective, not a waiter!
How hard do you think... Well, okay, no, being a waiter is pretty hard, but, like, do you not think those two things have some overlapping skills, dude? I hate to tell you this, if you've never worked in food service, those overlap pretty hard.
Because Hosonaga is like, well, yeah, I'm the head waiter. And Aochi's like, you're not a fucking waiter.
But he was! Just because he's also a detective doesn't mean he's not a waiter. Ah, there you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that.
And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it.
That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either.
What are you suggesting?
Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Stop it! Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Aochi?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream?
I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think?
Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was asleep.
Oh, that's all?
I'm pretty sure. Professor, with his tendency to nod off, was asleep when his hand fell into the piping hot plate and didn't even notice the burn happening.
You didn't even know the professor, and yet here you are labeling him as a dim-witted dozer.
He can't have been dead already, though, because I talked to him. Oh, fuck you.
How about I hold your wrist on a hot plate and we see if you can sleep through it?
I'm a heavy sleeper.
Have you noticed the huge red herring, by the way?
The huge red herring? What?
I imagine you've probably forgotten because it's been like 2 weeks. He was under anesthesia.
Yeah.
That's got nothing to do with it, though.
Well, it's nice that there's this frankness developing between us, partner.
Don't call me partner after coming out with nonsense like that. This is a critical moment. It may very well be our only chance to turn things in our favor. Can you fail these courtroom scenes? Yes.
You have 5 lives, 5 penalties, and if you fail, then you are sent back to your last save.
So come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it.
But you can save when you can save whatever the hell you want. Like I could save right now if I wanted.
Or rather, you have to do it. You're the only one who can.
Something well explained, yeah, that's a question, yes, if he was dead. Fine. He was already dead. Fucking fine. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already?
Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
witness!
Order, order. No, he wouldn't be shouting at the gavel again at this point. Order, please. Council, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency.
She does have a swan tail, like, stapled to her dress. It's weird.
This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection! No, Prosecutor Ouchie. It's you who has no grasp of the facts.
Ow.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet?
In some kind of tournament.
Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it.
Incredible. Certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
Your Excellency!
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, yorokonde o tai detsu itadakimasu. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country, after all.
Yeah, it legitimately wouldn't make sense otherwise. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world.
Oh, I speak English. That's bullshit.
As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Man, you sure are white.
Yeah, she's just racist.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman.
She looks like a springtime event costume for a Fire Emblem Heroes character. That's just Ace Attorney character design. Every character in Ace Attorney is taken their main like quirky thing and just dialed up to 11. It's all very anime.
We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you have so graciously afforded us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. Yes,
Gentlewoman is a real word.
Gentlewoman is a real word, yes.
So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
Yay! The victim's dead.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
I wonder what it could possibly be.
But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Jesus Christ. Jeez, lady, you are really... You're laying it on thick, huh?
An entire character's
Super.
sole trait is racism.
I mean, hey. Super realistic. 100% how Brits walked into fucking anywhere at this period in time.
Pretty much.
You could ask India all about it. Oh, I didn't. Hold on, I didn't. Wait. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it.
I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
I have a feeling that you don't hope that you haven't insulted anyone. I have a feeling you lied just now.
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then?
Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination for now.
I wonder if Hosonaga is translating all of Ouchie's Tier 3 subscription messages. How many super chats has Ouchie sent? Hold on, I need to turn on my pants on. Ugh. Do you think he sent like 2, 3 red supers, or are we looking at like 5? How many times has Ouchie said feet in chat? I'm gonna hit A now.
I expect you've noticed this little bully of a student, as you put it. Doesn't miss much.
I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear?
It was like our third final cross-examination.
Too bad for Ouchie that Phoenix Wright sprites never show feet. They sure don't, ever.
Well, now they're full 3D models.
Yeah, but we don't get to see that.
You see it every time that the camera's like behind the stand.
Ah, it's true.
Is Ace Attorney not the name of a person? Surprised it's not. No. So, the funny thing is that when the franchise came to America, so in Japan it's called Gyakuten Saiban, which means like Great Turnabout or something.
Yes.
Something like that. And when they brought it to America, they called it Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. And so, you know, the name of the franchise was Phoenix Wright. That makes sense, right? And then immediately after they brought the first game to America, the fourth game was announced in Japan and stars a different character, not Phoenix Wright. So you could like witness the word Ace Attorney get bigger on every logo from then on out.
But also, like, the reason that the characters had to go with that is, like, every character in Ace Attorney, their name's a pun in some form.
Except for, like, the main characters.
Phoenix Wright is sort of...
Well, actually,
I guess that's not a pun.
Even the main characters.
Yeah. I guess Phoenix
Wright is kind of a pun. Phoenix rises from the ashes, and, you know, right. Yes, that's right. His Japanese name is Ryuichi Naruhodo.
Naruhodo means I understand. I understand now, basically.
Yes, and so Ryunosuke Naruhodo keeps the Japanese name here, but I mean, it's the same pun. And of course, Prosecutor Ouchie.
Yeah.
I mean,
That was a hell of an animation. Holy shit. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination.
there's a character later in the game named Eggert Bennington.
Not even Egbert, it's Eggert?
Eggert.
Man. Fuck England. It's okay. The one friend we have over there is from Scotland. We can say it.
Half the names in this game are puns, and the other half are Sherlock Holmes characters. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the
You don't gotta fucking read it again. You've already read it. But his his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed.
You think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry?
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you?
Huh? What? Ah!
What fun!
Did every Professor Layton title. I mean, so here's the thing. The fact that Layton and Ace Attorney crossed over at one point, those two franchises were made for each other. Also, that was the best game in either series in years.
Not anymore. This one might be better.
Well, I imagine I've heard very, very good things about these. But still, like, at that point.
The dear lady is absolutely right.
As your friend, you embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke.
Why didn't you tell me?
Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny little brains imagine such a thing?
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. Yes.
Well, I can't.
Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast.
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter.
Exactly as you say, sir.
Why does she keep hiding her eyes? Do they not have an extra $3 for an animation without the mask? So, the thing is, Ace Attorney is a world of fucking clowns.
Yeah, Ace Attorney's a world of super weirdos. Everybody in the Ace Attorney series is a goddamn fucking weirdo who is a trope turned up to 99.
Yeah.
That's just sort of its flair. They're all cartoon characters. Every single fucking character in this series is a cartoon character. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table... I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn you.
Ah, I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of the others in the court, it means bless you.
Show feet! I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides
Wait!
the gunshot.
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes.
Luckily for all of us, the little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us,
I don't know, back then?
as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death.
Antibiotics were really due at this point in time.
It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
So,
But
Xander, for you to be Dr. Morningstar in the Ace Attorney world, you need to be...
You have to literally carry a mace around you at all times.
That, or you need to be an astronomer who really likes to go out at dawn. Like, that's your whole thing.
But it doesn't make any sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter.
Yes, that's true. If it had cooled down even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that.
And the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen. Then he must already have been dead at that point.
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
Pretty sure I already know what I'm supposed to do. I agree. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. Pretty sure I know exactly what I'm supposed to do.
If there's some other way a man's life could be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Okay. Thanks for your stupid bag, asshole. Yes. Never mind, I was wrong. Oops. This statement is very clearly odd. What appears to be odd is the way you're presenting yourself. Oh, pay no attention, Your Excellency. As you wish. Now kindly lower your hand. Never. Not until I prove it I'm innocent here. My arm is very tired.
There's some other way a man's life could be taken without leaving a trace. Please do show me.
Why not? Yes. I guess we'll just fucking press. Sure. Without leaving a trace.
If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height. However a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. Willy Wonka is an Ace Attorney character before Ace Attorney.
Yes.
Like, he did for the entire series.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life.
Okay, so I just looked up Hosanaga's name pun. The kanji for his given name, Satoru, roughly means enlightenment, as used in the verb in kanji, meaning to perceive, to sense, to discern, and the noun satori, meaning comprehension, understanding. The speech bubble Satorha from Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice has the same origin. Hosonaga is composed of the kanji for thin and tall.
What is Hosoga? Who says that?
No, Hosonaga. It's...
Yeah, but like the Spirit of Justice character. What's...
Probably Satmari.
Maybe, I guess.
Yeah, Satmari.
Interesting.
That it was, yeah, it just translated.
Well,
otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought! Calling a sweet young lady's innocence into question?
So am I the only one hearing the game's audio just sometimes cuts out? I think it's something to do with my capture card. I don't know.
I don't know.
If you haven't been hearing it, then I'm just nuts.
Yeah, I can't. Discord just always kind of hitches. I can't tell the difference.
On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace.
We need some evidence to back us up here.
Yes, evidence. Alright, so I'm out of ideas then. But we got one more thing to press, I guess.
This country's inferior investigative techniques couldn't pick up on it anyway.
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right! La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly.
which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost.
Oh, cool. It is literally fucking... This is literally mob cross-examinations. Fuck, yes!
It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? Killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense.
I very much doubt that.
Because after he said that, he just started shouting, teeth, 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 teeth. It's getting very weird in this courtroom. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right.
What do you think, Ryunosuke?
I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information.
Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over.
But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue around somewhere to help us find a chink in our argument. Kazuma.
What, Ryunosuke?
There is something I noticed. Something that's been bothering me.
Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett?
Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga.
The detective?
Yes. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe.
Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time.
If you think so, but
This time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective.
alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. But first, I gotta get through all of the other things. Alright, we've done it. That's not what I meant to hit.
Yeah, you know.
Did not mean to hit that.
Hold B. It is way too easy to trigger that end of testimony conversation.
It's always been that. That's always been a problem. Holy shit, it's so long!
I have no idea why Hosonaga, like, coughs up blood like that.
Is it never brought up?
As far as it was brought up, Ryunosuke was like, "Are you okay?" And Hosanaga's like, "Oh, yeah, don't worry about it."
I hit.
You have
I
to
don't
press.
know. Okay. Yes. He said target the other guy, and I. Yeah, we've heard all this. Yes, yes, yes. In fact, I'm gonna hold B until we get to new shit. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why?
Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity.
What do you mean?
When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down.
You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts.
It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought.
Sorry? Pursue?
I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker.
What? Marker? What?
At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement.
So it's literally Bob
But by
Cross
moving the marker
examinations.
left and right with the left and right control pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand.
Building this up like an action scene. Again, yeah, that's Ace Attorney.
Mm-hmm. While you're looking at the other witness, you'll be able to pursue them with A. No, this is a tutorial.
Yeah, this is just a tutorial.
If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. You can't hear someone when they're telling a tutorial.
This has been a lot of sentences to say hit the directional button to look
You
at
ever
the
notice
other
a
person.
strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand? Take a good look around.
All right then. So first I should move the marker across with the plus symbol and focus on the detective. Yeah, I'm not reading this. No, fuck you. I know how to press a button.
Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost.
Hi there.
Excuse me.
Yeah. What's the meaning of this? Dude, you have tuberculosis. You need to go home.
If he took his headband off, would it still flow on its own? Well,
It flows because of his hero aura. That's
Yeah.
anime. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply.
it looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say.
If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
What is the meaning of this?
It's the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment.
If you can't find fault with their testimony, then the cross-examination should be over. Immediately.
Oh, is that how it works?
Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness.
Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. That's right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. It's also a crime. You can't just... I mean, I guess here you can. Eh, whatever.
Are you ready for this dude to turn into a shonen protagonist?
I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Ah! Tuberculosis! A crime scene thief?
Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there.
Take this, for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. They come to me every day to my door and say that can't be carbonated water, and I won't stand for it! He was so defensive about that one fucking specific detail. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as our evidence. Yay, we have a bottle now. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel. You may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Okay, so we're fucking yelling at Hosonaga for being passionate about crime work, but we're not going to talk about Mr. Gamer Girl Water? Come on!
Judge kind of looks like one of the bad guys from season 3 of Castlevania. I still need to watch Castlevania.
I haven't watched season 3 yet. Wait, hold on. Avert your eyes, everybody. I'm definitely not saving right now because I'm not 100% sure I'm correct.
Remember that you can examine evidence as well.
Just look away, everybody. Alright. Show me this. Show me this evidence. What's this say? The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Cosmo?
I think it's French. This must be very expensive water.
How can something be expensive water? It comes from snow. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking.
Then go to France and ask.
Okay. You could just say that you don't know. You could just say that you don't speak French.
I don't remember if you have to examine the bottle. I just looked
We're
at my
about to
footage and saw
fucking
that I
find
did.
out. You can't find anything out of place.
I think it lit
Yeah.
up when you hovered over the water.
Ah, it did. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Shitty last drink.
It looks like there's a little left in the bottle. So it's just plain water now.
You know, I've been sweating so much. I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going.
No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence.
For the other, I'm pretty sure the guy who handed it to you definitely 100% has tuberculosis. Like, fucking, without a doubt, windmill slam, that's the answer. Oh, jeez. Ah. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we?
You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one.
What's that supposed to mean? Okay, so I know what that's supposed to mean, but I don't appreciate it still.
No,
Wonder.
Ryunosuke is not a lawyer.
Could there be anything in this water?
What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden.
I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Okay, I've done it now.
Yes!
Ah. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. It's really weird to play. I don't know why this suddenly popped into my head at this exact moment. I played Danganronpa for the first time, and I finished it like 2 weeks ago.
I can think of a couple of reasons that you would relate that to Ace Attorney.
But it's really weird to be playing a new Ace Attorney game and realizing like, oh, so like the Danganronpa people were just like, hey, what if we made Ace Attorney, but the every second of the trial is the ending of an Ace Attorney trial?
My God.
I don't know. It's really weird. Are you
So
ready to
what if
assemble
Ace
them?
Attorney, but more?
Are you ready to assemble the manga? Kind of, yes. To explain to people that don't know what that means, at the end of a case in Danganronpa, you have to put together a manga of what actually happened as the closing argument, quote unquote. Danganronpa's pretty good.
Okay.
People should buy
So that's where Ace Attorney Investigations got it.
We should stream that game when that comes to Switch.
Oh, so you're refusing to let me do the Sherlock Holmes voice, but you're like, oh no,
We'll get to Sherlock Holmes at some other point, but we should stream Danganronpa.
Well, we'll get to Sherlock Holmes when we force Xander to play this game on stream.
Exactly. Does it have to be backwards? Yes, actually. you go from right to left.
From their perspective, we're the ones that are backwards.
Yeah. Just like from the rest of the world's perspective, we're the ones that drive on the wrong side of the road. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! 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 And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett. It was you!
This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence!
He's a law school student.
No, he isn't.
Oh, he's just he's a university student. The flowy bandana guy is the law student.
Cosma is the law student. Ryunosuke is just his friend. But Ryunosuke was pressured by their professor to defend himself instead of Cosma taking the case, because Cosma is going to England as an exchange student, and if he lost the case, then he would be at risk of being taken off the exchange program.
Oh, I didn't know.
You little rookie imbecile! Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed on an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
If I may, I will silence you forever for this
Yeah!
It is you who should be silent.
That is on par with have a look. That's still my favorite fucking thing, because Professor Layton would never say hold it. Or take that. He would say, have a look.
And the best part about the shut up graphic is that they didn't even have to modify it because it was already in English.
Of course. Dear lady.
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. And we could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. I mean, I already fucking
What?
know what it was.
Are you sure? You already know what it was?
I already know what it was.
What was it?
I mean, I already know where the poison was. I want the audience to be able to figure it out, too.
But what if you're wrong?
I'm pretty sure I'm not. It's the most obvious fucking thing in the world. The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No!
You can see Hosanaga's feet.
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure.
This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh, no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Kazuma?
Sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Oh, she does get a speaking role. Cool. Please, wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? Thank you, Xbox. Everybody needed to hear that fucking notification. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning, and in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Holy shit, is there still like 2 hours left in this case? How?
There's about an hour and a half still. But part 3 is the final part of the case.
How? But I already know what it is. I ordered Chipotle that'll be here in like 20 minutes, by the way. So at a certain point, I will have to snarf down a burrito. But we will see.
That's okay. I have a Chipotle bowl sitting half-eaten in front of me.
How long are these cases? This is bizarrely long for an opening case of an Ace Attorney game.
Yeah, this is the first case of the game, and this is probably the longest first case in the franchise.
Usually first cases are like an hour and a half. Total. Other cases, though, this is generally how long most cases of an Ace Attorney game are.
Yeah, around 5-ish hours is the length of your average Ace Attorney case.
They also tend to get longer as you go further into the game.
Yeah.
Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom?
A judicial assistant, and a woman no less.
Ah, I see.
The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Ah, finally. We've gotten a good old... We've put some sexism dressing on our racism salad.
The lives refresh at every scene break.
So
his
court,
lives just refreshed.
Also, court is not the only thing in Ace Attorney games. There's also an investigation, though usually first cases do not feature that. There is a point-and-click adventure part of Ace Attorney where you are actually investigating the case. Yes, I
And
fully
actually, the second case of this game is only investigation.
What?
Well, it's where you meet Sherlock Holmes, so...
Fucking weird. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
Ah, you're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency!
When does this take place? This game takes place in, like, the 1700s.
No, 1800s.
1800s,
the Meiji era. There's no exact date. We don't know exactly when it is, but the Meiji era was from, like, 1860 to 1810 to 1910. So there's a limited span of time that it could be.
Early enough in time that people were still saying the Great British Empire. I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she?
So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Why would you have been? That would have been too easy.
Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting.
Curare? What's that? I've never heard that word before.
Time's up.
I don't think you're the one that gets to make that decision.
The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
Funny how her character model and animations are perfectly framed to be
standing right next to you. This is wonderful. Thank you.
Are there lulls like where it starts to feel overly convoluted in a not fun way? It depends on
the case. It depends on the game.
Yeah.
It depends on the case.
Sometimes, definitely.
Eventually, in the same way for Layton, you sort of start to get used to the reasoning that the like logic system the game is working under. It takes a little bit to get there. But
there are also some bad cases in the series.
Oh yeah, the entirety of Justice for All except for the last case.
Mm-hmm. Thankfully, I would not say there is a single bad case in Great Ace Attorney.
Goodbye then, and good luck. Oh god, she keeps fading away. We need to stop erasing the timeline. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
None of them, so I will say that none of the ending stuff that happens in Ace Attorney is anywhere near as bullshit as some of the shit in Layton games. Last Spectre might be some of the most bullshit twist I've ever, even in Layton.
Is it more bullshit twist than Professor Layton Cross Ace Attorney?
Fucking, you're damn right it is.
Okay. Is it more bullshit than Unwound Future?
You're fucking damn right it is.
So, yeah, so Ace Attorney is a wacky, crazy anime, but it doesn't take huge leaps in logic like Layton does.
Should I tell you what Last Spectre is, or do you think you're gonna play that at some point? Not like out loud over DM.
I intend to play it eventually, but I've been saying that for like 10 years now.
It's fine. It's fine. None of the Layton has pretty much the exact same problem that Ace Attorney does, where there's the original trilogy, and then there's another trilogy, and that second trilogy just is not as strong as the first trilogy, just in general.
Sure, DM me.
I'll do it. I'll do it after we get to another lull.
Oh, you don't want my live reaction?
I do, but I want to keep it moving
Okay.
before my burrito gets here.
This really is our last chance.
Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett,
Yes, Your Excellency.
if you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett, it seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however.
Why is there like a light Scottish slant to your judge?
I'm trying to do a bad Christopher Lee, and I'm not very good at Christopher Lee.
I must ask you to treat that as an order.
That's also not a great Christopher Lee.
It's better than yours.
I think we're about equal.
I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? What does it say? A poison made from bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death even in minute doses.
Curare poison is another real thing, by the way.
The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it is believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full-body paralysis must be found first, or patients will die of suffocation. So, like, I assume we found this? So actually rather recently, like within the past 4 years, I had to go under something that required a type of anesthetic plus muscle relaxant that straight up they had to set it so that they breathed for me during the small point of time that I was under anesthetic. I would assume it's something similar to that, but there are apparently a lot of anesthetics that will do that. Muscle relaxant specifically, I think, is the exact reason they had to basically manually make sure that I was breathing during the time that I was out.
That's fun.
I don't remember any of it.
Curare was eventually used in a form of anesthetic starting in the 40s, but then it is no longer used today because we have better anesthetics with fewer side effects.
That makes sense.
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yuma University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel?
A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Well, no, that's not what that said, but I'll let it slide.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have.
You wouldn't have.
Oh,
You
that's-
wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country.
It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order! 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 Council, does this deadly poison truly exist?
According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has been long used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle.
That's a
was
rainforest,
for-
not a jungle. It's a rainforest, not a jungle. You can't. Those are different things.
And was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers.
Actually, are jungles and rainforests different things? I don't know the difference. What?
I don't know.
How do you decide a jungle versus a rainforest?
Is there a tiger in it?
You know, that checks out. Are there tigers in South America? I don't think there are there? It's panthers there, isn't it?
It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery!
Oh.
These aspersions are utter trumpery!
Why do I keep
I lo-
wanting to read your characters? I don't understand. We've
Yeah,
been
you're
doing
even
the
doing
same
like
characters.
correct voices for them. You were doing an ouchie voice.
I have no idea why. Why is that happening all of a sudden?
To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain.
According to this, however, it's the other way around.
Let me figure the thing out. I already saw it. I read the thing.
Yeah, but you just have to present the same evidence again, though.
What do you mean the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used.
Explain yourself, Counsel.
The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there'd be no visible signs of pain at all.
How terrible.
Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor.
Eternal Diva is fucking awesome. That movie is great.
I've heard that movie has puzzles that need to be solved, and I don't know what that means.
I've only seen it once. I'd be down to watch it again.
But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed.
But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death.
The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail.
Respiration?
In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell.
Almost like what it's like to be in this courtroom. Ha 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 ha! Who's y'all? Who agrees? Who? Oh shit! No, forget I said something. Forget I said anything.
That is the nature of this. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison.
And you're suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense.
There is no better summing up screenshot that could ever be taken of an Ace Attorney game than the prosecutor saying, "This is all rather convenient, isn't it?"
If I may. All these facts! You think you're so clever, but it is you who must be taught. Of course.
Show feet.
Dear lady!
Do you think she sells English girl bathwater?
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
Yeah, that's about the response that question deserved.
Mm-hmm.
What?
You steal another's honest hard work, and then announce the results as if you discovered them.
I mean, you also didn't discover them, which I guess fits in being English.
I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Remember that time a European discovered a place where people already lived? Yeah. Yeah!
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
So, no, criminals don't get shown their punishment. They just go to jail. And it's implied the death sentence in others. I don't know about this one. But if you want to see a punishment that's as wacky as the character, literally go play Danganronpa. You see the whole thing.
Although the villainous breakdown at the end of every Ace Attorney case is usually
Yes.
pretty big.
Yes, Ace Attorney is known for its when you finally get everything down.
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
Things can't exist unless they're from my house! Specifically, Prosecutor Ouchie's house. What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Actually, 100% Leighton points at the player and exclaims, and that person is you moments. Yes, 100%. But, like, notched up 1,000%. I don't see why not. I hope she breaks it and tries to kill the cop. I already know where this is going. I already know what it is.
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
England is an island.
No, Little Island.
England is smaller than Japan. And the English don't even own the whole fucking island. The Irish and Scottish are still there.
Well, Scotland is part of the UK now.
Now? And
Sorry.
only half of Ireland.
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really.
Yeah, not like the ones in Los Angeles in the next 200 years.
Not like the ones in London in 10 minutes.
I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers.
God, there's so much fucking budget for animation in these games. There's more budget for animation in these games than there is for the entirety of the Street Fighter franchise.
I can't fucking wait till you see the prosecutor in London.
Like, literally, this is looking at the animations in this game is like, holy shit, Capcom. So you just have the money, you're just not giving it to the fighting game division at all.
No, the fighting game gets all the money. They just don't get the talent. Whereas Ace Attorney has all the talent and none of the money.
No, from what I hear, the fighting division is like super underfunded. That's why Street Fighter V is in the fucked up state that it is.
I thought Anno was the reason.
I mean, that's probably the other part, but as far as I'm aware, like, Sony had to bankroll some of Street Fighter V to even make it exist.
Cool.
Wait, what are you doing? It would be super funny and a huge, like out of left field thing if she actually just started dying right there.
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
Well, maybe y'all shouldn't have invented a type of thing to put in beverages that makes it stop, or that stops affecting the beverage after 2 days outside of a bottle. Carbonation sucks, and we're all wrong. Please ignore the fact that I've had 3 Cokes today. I've had 2.
Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare.
Because it was not in the bottle. I already know. This is like the most this series has ever done this to me.
No, he poured it from the bottle.
Yeah,
poured it.
because the curare wasn't in the bottle.
The bottle was clean, is what you're saying. You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
I should like to be excused now, please.
Does the Ace Attorney series have its own Descalé equivalent? Every prosecutor in every game. Descalé is the flashy, over-the-top villain of the second trilogy of Layton. Yes, it's every prosecutor. Every game gets its own new prosecutor, and they always have a new over-the-top... There's a prosecutor in one of them that brings a fucking sword into court, and in... Yeah, sure.
Your friend brought a sword to court.
Yeah, but this is before swords in court were illegal.
So do you want to know the prosecutor in this game? You want to know what his thing is?
He's like a vampire, and he pours a glass of wine just to throw it on the ground. I've already heard that part.
Yep. Well, no, he never throws it on the ground. He either crushes the chalice in his hand, or he picks up the entire bottle and casually tosses it over his shoulder into the gallery.
Beautiful. Ouchie is not the Descalé of this game, so...
Ouchie is Ouchie and his descendants and their various family members are the tutorial prosecutor.
In Ace Attorney, the first case is always against, pretty much always against a man named Winston Payne. And this is just he's the prosecutor that is there to get his ass kicked by
just as Naruhodo kept his usual series Japanese name for this game, so did Payne, which would now be Ouchie.
Yeah.
In Japanese, the character's name has always been Ouchie, but they changed it to Payne, so like Winston Payne, Gaspin Payne, all that
Mhm.
for English, and they kept it Ouchie for this because it's in Japan.
When is it Gaspin Payne? Is that in
I think that's in 3.
Hollow?
No, yeah,
he's-
no, that's 4. That's 4. Yeah.
It's Winston Payne in 3. Because it shows how he lost his hair.
Yeah.
It's like a...
I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given.
This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke, we have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle.
What? Why, Ryunosuke?
If I find out that I'm wrong, I'm gonna flip my shit, because that's not possible. Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now.
Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me.
Fuck you, I'm right!
But sometimes it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. I don't know what the fuck that means.
Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to... What the... No, fuck you! I was right! I'm right! My burrito's here. I'll be right back.
You're failing to recognize.
My burrito's here. I'll be right back. I'm going over to Matt Cam until then.
Oh, good. Oh, that means I don't get to eat. Oh, no. Oh, I don't know if you guys hear music. I don't hear music now. Is it just... Oh, it's just completely silent. Okay, cool. Just my voice. All right, well... Hello, Xander. Hello, Alexander. So... How's the new home? Well, technically, I don't have the new home yet. I am temporarily living with a friend while we are searching for a new home. Technically, this is an old home. I've lived with them before. Although this is a new room. I've never lived in this room before. I've now lived in all 3 spare bedrooms in this house. So that's fun. I just need to usurp my friends and live in the master bedroom. Okay, so for legal reasons, that was a joke. Looked like a new room. It more or less is. This is where I've been for about a month now. So it's everything that I have is just in this one room. So it's very little to work with. But like I said, it's just a temporary living space. So it's not really supposed to be a very comfortable place to live. How many Layton games have you played? I've played the original trilogy. So I played Curious Village, Diabolical Box, and Unwound Future. And Unwound Future was fucking awesome. I feel like only Curious Village really had especially good puzzles. I feel like the puzzles got kind of lame after Curious Village. And what I've heard about the sequel trilogy, or the prequel trilogy for Layton, is that the story's not as good. So if the story's not as good and the puzzles aren't as good, then... And then, of course, after the 6th game, the like one guy who made all of the puzzles for Layton passed away. And what I've heard is that after the 6th game, after he passed away, the puzzles got way worse. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to play the prequel trilogy. I haven't really decided. Even in the Professor Layton Ace Attorney crossover,
I didn't really like the puzzles in that. I like the storytelling style of Layton, but the puzzles just kind of aren't as great after the first game, I think. Still an interesting ride. Yeah. I actually got the mobile version of Curious Village, and I've been like thinking of giving the original trilogy another go, and then if I feel the momentum, then I'll go through the prequel trilogy. But I also want to replay the old Ace Attorney games because I've never really done that lately. Um, like obviously the trilogy came out, but because I had played it before, I didn't really need to replay all of it for the review. I just needed to see like, okay, like what's new, and then the rest of it's a game I've already played. And what's new was really just how it controlled and the art. And then Great Ace Attorney has been fucking awesome, so it's kind of rekindling my interest in the Ace Attorney series. I want to do like a full like I want to talk Joe into doing a stream of the entire Ace Attorney franchise where we just do voices like this. But I feel like since both of us have played through all of it, it won't be as entertaining a stream without having someone that's never played to like react to stuff. So I mean, Xander, if you're not busy, you know, if you got like 400 hours free for a stream, then just let me know. Because there are like 10 Ace Attorney games, and all of them are kind of long. Nice one and done. Know what they're trying to do. Yeah, the movie ties in. Okay, so if I want to watch the movie, then I probably have to play the games, then, don't I? Well, oh well, I guess I'll have to. I feel like I should. I'm playing every level of Dr. Mario World, so yeah, I have time. Ooh, update from Joe. The Chipotle app says the food was delivered. It is not here. That's bad news. I had that exact thing happen the last time I ordered delivery Chipotle. They delivered it to the wrong address, to an address I don't even know how they got. So, watch the movie on its own. It's totally fine, but it is referenced in the game trilogy. Okay. Maybe I will then. It's not referenced in the games, but it does tie into the games. Interesting. If you're curious, this is the prosecutor for in London later in the game. He's like the main prosecutor antagonist guy. I don't know if it's getting a good picture. Probably can't really see him that well. So how y'all doing tonight? Try turning down the brightness. Maybe this. That's the guy. Setting the movie is an important location in the games, and the events of the movie are context, but I don't think it's ever referenced what happened in the movie. So it's like a place that has significance in Layton lore? Interesting. I really don't know anything about the prequel trilogy. honestly, so I can only guess at what that means. Yeah, it appears Joe's food was stolen. So that's bad news. Don't know where you go from there. Don't know where I go from here. All I can do is wait. It's like Alderaan. It's important, but you never see it in the original trilogy, and it doesn't get blown up. Okay. Interesting. What's new? Not a whole lot. Very little. Just kind of hanging around. Still focusing on
Fun fact, buddy, I think my food was stolen, so if you'll give me
Oh,
a
hey.
second.
Don't worry, I've been keeping the people up to date. Sounds like it's a good time.
It's actually the first time this has ever happened to me.
This happened to me the first time I ever ordered delivery from Chipotle. Decided I wasn't going to do that again.
So let's see how this goes. How's everybody else doing? I don't have any fucking food, so
Yeah, this is why I never order delivery for food. Tends to go like this for me. What's the plan? Have you tried like calling them?
I'm talking to Chipotle's bot. They're refunding me, which is actually slightly more frustrating because that just means that I don't get food tonight. Whatever, let's get back to the fucking game.
You got anything in the house?
Not really.
Mm.
Got a bunch of fruit. I have some grapes. That's really all I got.
Grapes are good.
But
I assume.
not
I've never
fruit.
had a grape.
What the fuck do you mean you've never had a grape?
I feel like it's a pretty self-explanatory.
How is
thing to
that
say.
humanly fucking possible?
I don't know. You've never given me a grape.
But yeah, anyways, no, let me no, I did not use Apple or Google Pay, thank you. I would like to order my fucking shit, please.
No, I said grapes are pretty good, I assume.
Fuck it. Just go the fuck away. Oh my god, I'm unbelievably angry now.
Order Grubhub McDonald's.
I don't want to order McDonald's, but I don't have a Grubhub account, but I do have an Uber Eats account.
McDonald's. I think your first Grubhub, you get like free delivery or something.
But it's also 9 p.m., so my options
McDonald's
are
open till, like,
very,
midnight.
very limited.
This game's got, by the way.
What?
This game's got good music, by the way.
It does. It's I don't remember his name. But he's the same guy. He did pretty much all of the Ace Attorney side of Layton vs. Ace Attorney.
Yasumasa Kitagawa?
Yes, that's him. That is in fact him. Sorry everybody, I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna eat. Everything closes at 9:30. I don't want to put in a fucking order now.
I mean, can you?
Yes.
Then do it.
Yeah, but that's a dick move.
I mean, most of these places don't have their own on-staff delivery, so it's not the mystery we expected from this stream, but it's a fine one.
You know? I just want to fucking... I'm hungry. It's the first option Uber Eats gives me is fucking... First option Uber Eats gives me is goddamn Chipotle. Oh, then I'm getting a call?
Sounds like it's here. A happy ending. Or was it? The music is kind of appropriate. Prediction poll. Did the food arrive?
Well, now I just feel bad. Not for Chipotle. They're a big fucking corporation. They're owned by McDonald's. I don't give a shit. They can lose all the money they want. I feel bad for the delivery driver. I already got that refunded, and I assume that includes her tip.
It could have tipped cash.
I don't have any cash.
Neither do I.
I haven't carried cash in fucking years.
Well, unfortunate, but ultimately, they did mark it as delivered.
They marked it as delivered when it wasn't delivered. So, to be perfectly honest,
only so much you can do.
They had marked it delivered at 8:42. It is 9:11 p.m. now. Anyways, let's get a little further, and then I will begin to consume. Yes. I guess fine.
So it's not as bullshit as you're expecting it to be.
I don't know, so far it seems to. The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position.
You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw.
Miss Brett drinking the water from it?
That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained.
How exactly?
I don't know. I never said I had the answer. I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well, if the defense truly intends to assert this claim, Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Hold on. Okay, I might see.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
It's not a valid explanation.
No.
After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susada-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Its special characteristics? Hold on, I gotta look again. 1 second, Judge, I gotta look again.
If you think about this logically, it actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I guess.
Because it was used in hunting.
We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison,
From you.
and it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes? And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
Well, you see, the idea of hunting comes from when we were hunter-gatherers, back before we were known as Homo sapiens, and... But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there'd be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat?
Yes. Good point.
Hold on, I'm going to reward my good point with a bite of burrito. Are you ready
Is
for
it
the
poisoned?
ASMR stream? I hope so.
With curare.
God willing.
Well, if it's curare, then...
I have enough open wounds throughout my body that it's sure to get in somewhere. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this.
Thank you for stopping by, Xander.
Yep, have a
God
good one.
bless.
When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
What?
That is
Miss-
actually how curare works, by the way.
Nice. Hold on. More burrito. Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself.
You meddling little
It is a real bird!
rapscallion!
How did your mask grow? That's really fucking impressive.
It's not taxidermy, though.
Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be.
What are you, some kind of ace attorney? Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
I also object to that. You're right.
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book.
A book you wrote!
But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
No, because now I actually do know what's happened. Schoolboyish?
Flaw.
Even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus.
Yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they?
So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
Ah!
That's right!
Good gracious!
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand now.
It should be, but I'm stupid!
Quote 300.
Order! Order in court! Order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way.
Are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you can understand something as simple as that.
What is this welling up inside me? Never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. More than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
Yeah!
Woo!
I actually really love that moment.
It's a really good moment. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett.
How? How dare you use that tone with me?
That animation, by the way, this game was on 3DS.
Oh, okay.
There's a couple animations in this game that are like, oh yeah, 3DS.
You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both of you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You're alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare? Well, you see, he had tooth hurdy.
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Side?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Ah! Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day.
So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this.
Is she laughing?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile.
What do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it.
No!
I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me.
The residue's still on the glass. This wouldn't actually do anything.
Yeah, but Japan's investigative stuff, it's like she said.
I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
No!
What is it? What just happened?
It's the Englishwoman! She just smashed that bottle!
And in the Supreme Court! What a terrible blunder!
Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much water from that broken bottle as possible, at once!
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire.
Oh?
I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully.
Was that part of your plan?
You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
Alright, here's the thing, lady. We barely have that technology now in the year of our Lord 2021.
This is like the exact moment that I start to think this trial takes a little longer than it should.
Yeah. In any other Ace Attorney game, that would have been the end.
That would have been a perfect end, especially with like the big first objection.
Yeah. How could you? You won't get away with this.
And thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle. Or not.
You. Oh, damn it.
Let us not forget. We still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course! You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
I think that if you mock the prosecution, snatch evidence that is in possession of the court, completely destroy it, and brag about it, that should automatically end the trial.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't get more cut and dry than that.
There's no jury.
No! You killed the victim that day, using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime...
Where's her health bar?
You waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor. Before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man.
Trying to eat a burrito during this game is hard.
A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I?
Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Ugh. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening for like the 4th time today? We had her, but now, is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene.
Ryunosuke,
Yes?
we've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it.
What? What do you mean?
We've lost a vital piece of evidence. It's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head.
In my head?
You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon.
Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head.
So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell.
What I saw, what I felt. Every color. That's bullshit. Fuck you. Fuck you. Now I'm mad.
That could easily be Hosanaga's blood. Honestly, that is what I thought it was going to be at first. I thought it was just going to be Hosanaga's blood.
You cannot come to me and say like the big final presentation of this of evidence in this. You don't know that it's this evidence until the game's like, but what if this photograph wasn't in black and white?
This was the only way they could get away with it because Ryunosuke was there and is the accused. I don't think it's that stupid. But it is stupid.
Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Yes.
There's nothing.
What?
There's nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
I didn't see anything.
Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. The color red exists! Oh shit, your headband's been that color this whole time! Fuck!
Maybe Ryunosuke's colorblind. And now he finally isn't.
They gave him those glasses we mentioned to Moses every day. Finally, a game that our friend Major Moses can play.
You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on, then. Let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence.
One moment.
I never said I had evidence, Kazuma.
I just said I remember. All right, I can't wait. Been niggling.
So, when Pat Boivin got to this part, he went, "It's been
Good.
bothering me for
Good.
a while."
Not even taking the chance. God bless you, Pavlovon. Something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. Is there somewhere the clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is?
No idea.
Is it the steak? Is it the fork? I'm at a loss. I'm at a complete loss. I guess I'll just click on this completely random spot.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? Yeah, he's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. Oh, shit. Hold on, before we continue, I need to...
Oh no, now you're thinking about that bottle being smashed.
No, I just have to take the first half of my nighttime medication. It's the one that makes it so that the other one doesn't make me feel like my chest and throat are on fire.
Oh, why would you want something like that?
As a prank, mostly. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime? Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day?
Objection!
A minute. Where are you going with... Where are you going with this, little boy?
It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood.
What?
Oh, really? And what of it?
What do you mean, what of it? Fuck off!
I mean, dude was shot. Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him.
Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle Brett. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous! Fabricated nonsense!
I'm gonna be real. He's correct in this exact moment.
Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all. I don't care if they call me a crime scene because of it. If it's on the curb, it's public property.
You did what?
I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice.
Suddenly this guy became the best character in the game.
Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Why does it still have the meat on it?
Preserving evidence.
That meat's so bad now. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The
He kept it in the
steak.
fridge.
There are no This is fucking... There aren't even fridges in England right now. When was the first... I feel like I've heard this before, but I don't think the first refrigerators were until, like, the 50s.
I have no idea.
Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? they had ice boxes.
Mm.
Hey, what the fuck that means? I'm not a boomer.
Did you not hear me do the line?
I did not.
Ah.
Which means they
Of
didn't
course
either.
there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector! The Blood Man! Show the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure.
I'm glad that you remembered how British English pronounces that word. Leisure.
That's kind of just how I say it.
Oh.
No blood. No blood anywhere. But no. That's impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate.
It's not becoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you.
Man, I hope this attitude doesn't lead to some problematic shit in like 100 years.
I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire.
I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial.
Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at a courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over.
This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest.
The plate of steak has been entered into the court record. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost.
Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what.
A lawyer's not allowed to smile until it's all over. Cry when it's all... I don't fucking remember what Goto says. It's been like a decade since I played Trials and Tribulations. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? Bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There is another clue. Have a guess.
What is that clue?
Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
It shouldn't be shocking. They're delicious.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? I have a guess. The guess is right there. This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat?
It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beefsteak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware.
So this is the symbol of La Carnival, is it? Look,
Examine things.
in the instant... Hold on, in the... What am I trying to say?
If you move your cursor around, it will light up on things you can examine.
Well, yeah, I know that, but like... Wait, what the fuck? What in the world is this?
I think it's a Koban coin. The hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe.
Oh my fucking god. My guess was that the thing had been switched and the emblem side was covering the blood splatter. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban?
Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable.
This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban.
Heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of a bullion and a bouillon.
Coming to the stream tonight. I'm going to burn my apartment down now. See y'all later. Maybe I'll wait. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... Oh, wait, I gotta...
Certainly never expected to find a precious coin in this kind of meat. It's a Hoei era, too. Make it really quite valuable.
It's well marinated in the juices as well. Look.
What, are you thinking of eating it?
Yes. No. But the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's gonna be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize.
I don't think I ever saw that dialogue. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke.
A Koban coin underneath this steak. There's only one logical explanation. God is dead!
Got it!
Oh, that too. Good gracious, that's...
Koban? What on earth?
A Hoei era one at that. Miss Brett? This is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part in it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
What fucking chefs do you know that in their moment of distraction are like, oh man, accidentally threw the coin in with the steak?
Don't be
Damn.
absurd. We're supposed
shit.
to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden beneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now.
He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
You're not a lawyer.
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious there's only one person it could belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... John Wilson.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Kyuryo Korekuta-san.
Really? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, how ridiculous Japanese... Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Your name is Giselle, fuck you. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency.
I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired.
The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoei-era Koban, my prized coin!
I was worried that you weren't going to press that statement because it was hidden underneath like the press dialogue.
Then this Hoei-era Koban? Do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No, no, no! Please, why would Korakuta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense!
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korakuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in there. Without a moment's delay. I'm pretty sure I know what happened. I think. My track record's not great for that. But I guessed the final twist of Danganronpa. Nobody can take that away from me.
So since you've been wrong a lot tonight, what do you think happened?
That's the wrong plate. That's the plate that the sergeant was eating. He was trying to steal the Koban by hiding it underneath the steak. I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. I was about to say, if it says to be continued, I'm throwing my fucking controller out the window.
What's this all about? Why have I been called back up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Is he about to fucking kill himself? Bro.
I mean, you brought up the knife last time, too.
Be that as it may, Korakuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever... Yes, that's it! The one, the very exact one that is! That resplendent, splendiferous Hoei treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day!
Can't be!
As I thought. Young man! Enlighten this decrepit old fool! Put me out of my misery! Where? Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere.
We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices.
Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously?
Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing? Excuse me. Can I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief.
So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis.
Wonder who it could possibly be.
The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems.
Who could guess? Who would ever know? I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of who stole and hid Korakuta-san's Koban is all too clear.
What?
What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korakuta-san's Koban and hid it under the stake? Literally
John Wilson.
John! Kakatsuchi Ouchie! Obviously, it can only be you, Sergeant Iasanosa.
What? How? How dare you? You monster!
Monster?
I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido was the mastermind behind all this.
Holy shit, dude. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. I mean, the baby can't go to jail. They can't put a baby in jail. There's no law. There's no rule in the rule book that says a baby can't play basketball. He's dead. I was hoping the kid would, like, fucking explode into a bunch of treasures that he stole.
On Imperial Army, Sergeant Yasanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir.
He turned into Waluigi at the end. He's just Waluigi. He's just Waluigi with a baby.
Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe?
I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes.
All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son.
That's why you're stealing things at the restaurant?
The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time.
Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable.
And your target that day was the old man and his Koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
A veritable phantom thief you are. Oh, so this game was inspired by Persona 5.
Yep, I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened.
Can't believe they made a Persona 5 reference in the late 1800s. That's commitment. Yes, when the professor was shot.
I knew if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I know too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the stake, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date.
Have you considered saving money by not going to a luxury steakhouse every 3 days?
This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time?
Well, Miss Brett,
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency.
please stop concussing yourself on your desk. Indeed. The theft of the Kobon was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. Sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it? I mean, yeah?
Well...
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Are we almost done?
Almost.
Because it's fucking 10 p.m. now. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everybody.
Everyone.
When we talked about streaming the first case of this Ace Attorney game, I didn't expect it to be 7 hours long.
Good day.
Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming.
Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up.
If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard.
Sorry?
You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett!
What is it now?
I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? No. I guess this? Sure. Sure.
Take that!
The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table.
That is good. The correct evidence was the steak, but it recognized you were on the right track.
Oh, thank God. Old Ace Attorneys wouldn't have done that.
So there is a similar moment where I presented the wrong evidence, but it didn't accept it. But
It recognized that what I said made sense, so while it didn't let me go forward, it didn't penalize me.
Nice. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Yeah, that's also what I thought. Fang says, I thought you were supposed to do the photo because it shows a knife with juices on it. Yeah, that was my... A fork and knife is clearly in that photo. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
Ah!
Oh.
Ah!
It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. I like how even though it was just an ah, it was in her English font.
So, if the witness, as she claims, couldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
What is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will all be over in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, when you go to jail.
Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course, dear lady.
Please show feet.
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers?
Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications those teeth marks in the steak have for her.
Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this?
Not at all! Oh shit, I wasn't supposed to say that out loud. Yes, now at last it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything.
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Bits of evidence. How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been... What?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd! The trial has run several hours already!
You're telling
and
me!
You say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be! I don't believe you have it!
Objection!
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well, I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? I'm not on here anymore.
Asuma Asagi.
Susato Mikatoba!
No, she actually did present something important.
Ah, shit, you're right.
Giselle Brett.
John H. Wilson. He's not really dead. It's Ido. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korakuta-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak.
You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer.
You are not. I'm not in the military. You have no power over me. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake?
Hey, Shun! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentlelady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it.
In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
But that makes no sense.
What do you mean that doesn't make sense?
That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Yet, the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Oh my god! End the case!
Exactly!
Holy
Surely
shit!
you're not going to suggest. And the sergeant switched the two stakes over.
You know, this meme where people put their Discord arguments with their friends in the Ace Attorney C generator. That's what this feels like. This case should have ended like an hour ago.
It really should have ended like at the point where Ryunosuke had the first objection. Like it would have been such a satisfying ending, and everything that happens after it is so dumb.
You did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked.
You're in the military.
As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin under it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign ladies' table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable!
However, fear not, Prosecutor-san.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate that it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's stake after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both.
Ah,
That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
what could that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady.
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no?
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Thinks he remembers.
I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. Oh my fucking god, end the case. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm like starting to get actively angry that the case isn't over. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest.
I believe the defendant's memory serves him well.
What has more flashbacks, Danganronpa, in this case? Danganronpa is untouchable in that regard. Danganronpa not only has more flashbacks, it has more flashbacks per minute.
I heard that Spirit of Justice gets like that in the final case too.
I don't remember it being quite that bad. Danganronpa gets really fucking... I'm talking Danganronpa shows you the same flashback like 4 times in the span of 10 minutes.
I've heard that Spirit of Justice has a flashback to the very scene that you are in.
Probably. That does sound about right.
And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett.
Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident.
It's like, even discounting the fact that, like, the clear, correct ending of the trial was way earlier. The problem with this part is, what exactly was Brett's plan if the Nosa didn't switch the plates?
I assume she just figured they would ignore it or something, because Japanese people, I don't know. Racism was her plan. Here is the other steak in its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Oh, would you look at that? There's the blood. Jesus Christ, please end the case. The blood stain. It's clearly visible. Look! Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me.
In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
Ha! It can't be.
Here's the thing. Here's the other thing about this, though, is I feel like I wouldn't be as angry about the case not ending if not for the fact that the way we are streaming this game, the pacing gets, like, doubled.
I mean, yes, but also, like, this whole section is clearly, like, dumb.
I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! Oh no, the swan's dead. We killed the swan.
Outdone by a Japanese. Me, by a Japanese schoolboy. No, no, no.
Hey, what the fuck? Your bird is creating life. You guys are actually going at a pretty decent pace for streaming. Yeah, but at the same time, like, I can read in my head faster than I can read out loud.
Excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure.
You didn't. The bird did. Then you went to have it.
Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency.
Why did it need to fade out for that?
It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison will be found in his water. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurants for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone. And leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
That would be me, I suppose.
Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment.
Honestly, killing someone in a public place is a bad idea.
A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag. And my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt?
So I was right. There were 2 guns.
Yes.
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure that I would notice it.
And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended.
Oh my Jesus Christ. I gotta take my nighttime
Just as you
meds
bent
now. I
down to pick it up.
can't put it off any longer. Fuck! That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead.
Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
I already know this entire story, guys. None of the other Ace Attorney games have this long-winded of a fucking summary at the end. Obviously, I assumed Naruharu-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun.
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency,
Yes.
I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
No? Oh god, people keep fading from the timeline. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be! Takatsuchi Aoshi does not lose!
I have bad news about your entire bloodline.
Not to the likes of this rookie student!
Again, bad news about your entire bloodline.
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What? Yes?
This insult to the Aoshi family name will never be forgotten.
And instead it will be repeated over and over and over and over and over.
You've become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that.
See, the hairstyle is also genetic.
1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aoshi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan.
This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I
He did mention
believe,
his bloodline.
go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I know. I was there. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what will it look like I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asuke,
Yes.
after this trial you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you.
I understand, Your Excellency.
What was that all about? What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden?
Never mind.
As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo... Oh, yes? In you, I sense... How can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency! Please don't look straight at me. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo... Confetti! Yay! There's still technically confetti! Confetti is very important.
When you get to London, there's more than confetti.
Fuck yes, there is. So now adjourned. Thank fucking God. It's about fucking time. Oh my God.
2:46 p.m. Trial started at 9 a.m. Diegetically,
That's how long it's been.
Can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial.
Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma.
No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh, no, I was completely wrong.
Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Also, you're very pretty. Ah,
She
shit, did I
literally
say that
has-
second thing out loud?
She literally has some of Maya's animations.
Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Oh my god. I'm not reading this again. Fuck you. I'm not reading this again. Fuck you. Speaking of Mikotoba. Ah, there. Oh, that. Now it's you.
No, it's no, you can take this one. I stole one from you.
There you are. I believe congratulations are in order. See, now my character said your character's thing. I win.
Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh no, it's I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
Good friend? Oh, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you work together?
I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asuki. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn everything that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asuki clan.
You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you?
Of course I am.
They're not gonna let you carry that around on the street, man.
A Japanese man's katana is his soul. His blade shows me where I need to go,
To jail if you take that to Britain.
and cuts down anything that's in my way.
You literally can't do that anywhere. Like, soon you won't even be able to do that here, man. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes.
That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes. Her. It's not easy to tell you this, but
What do you mean? Surely she's gonna face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all.
she will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai.
That's not where I expected her to be going, but I guess that actually does sort of make sense. What? Shanghai?
Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that.
What? But why not? I don't know.
I think this is Hosonaga.
It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga! It just keeps going. It's been 4.5 hours. It just keeps going. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's gonna bring her to justice?
British consular court will hear her case. Somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard.
But why a consular court?
Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that.
Oh, can't they?
Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on.
So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan?
I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her.
I don't believe it. Then why did she bother trying to frame somebody in the first place? Who cares? British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. Fucking Christ, will it end sometime this year?
It is very close to over. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt,
Will that one day be, like, within my lifetime?
that woman will receive the judgment she deserves.
I was making a clever joke about the video game. I figured that was the actual thing you were talking about, yeah.
Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink.
Professor,
You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict, but let's start having some fun.
in that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. I would like to worry about the details that you keep coughing blood into your hand. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor?
Of course. Le Carnival's food is second to none.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhito-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. Never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. I have a feeling that's not correct. Kazuma,
Yes, Ryunosuke?
just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today.
I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in... Oh, that's you.
One day I'll bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world.
I'm not so sure about that.
Huh?
To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during the trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me.
What? I'm literally not even in the law course, sir. Come on, be serious.
If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean.
Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat. I never want to go through with that ever again. I did what you told me to, that's all, because I knew I could trust you.
That's the point.
Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point?
Listen, Rinosuke.
Oh my god.
Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win?
A save point? In this universe, I'm not incorrect. Knowledge of the law?
No. The ability to believe.
Yeah, but also I feel like that other thing should be important in some way. To believe? To believe what?
Defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times.
Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. Fucking Christ.
I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. You have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person.
Because it takes a special kind of person to end the fucking believing in your client.
What a concept.
Jesus Christ.
Just look at today's trial.
Shut up!
I'm at least confident that this is the final conversation.
Christ!
I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me.
Well,
You face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth.
Can I just say that it really annoys me in games like this when they have scenes like this that are just, we're gonna restate the same point 7 times with different wording. Holy shit, I get it. I believed in you. Fuck.
And in the end, you found it through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me.
Thanks, Kazuma.
There's something I want to ask you, actually, Rinosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me.
Sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go.
Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory.
And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget.
Ah, yes. That too.
So my very first trial came to an end. And then continued for an hour. And then came to an end for the second time. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Wait, no she didn't. No she didn't. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. Yes, he did! It's because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. And I got awarded defense debut. I would very much like to save my current progress, please.
The end. That's it. You beat the game.
We did it.
Whole game.
We did it, everybody. Finished the entire game. Okay, let's talk about what's coming up real quick. There's only one stream left. Oh god, I might push that back a day. I want to do 2 cases of Layton's Mystery Journey tomorrow, but that will probably take about 4 hours, and I didn't expect this to take 4.5 hours.
I didn't either.
To be fair, like half an hour of it was me trying to figure out where the fuck my food was.
That is also true. That did take some time.
Yeah, probably tomorrow I'm going to be playing more Layton's Mystery Journey. Maybe I'll only do 1 case tomorrow, and then I'll do 2 cases next week. We'll have to see. But next week also has Pikmin starting, so it's really gonna be up in the air. Who knows? But that's all we got left for the week. Next week, obviously, there will be more Kingdom Hearts 2. There'll be
So, I know obviously you want to rush and get to bed, but one single question.
okay.
How do you feel about the game?
I mean, I think it's pretty good. Here's the thing, this isn't how I like to play Ace Attorney games. I don't think playing a new Ace Attorney game on stream is for me. I don't think that's something I should be doing. But now I know that. I wouldn't know that otherwise. I don't think this would be a problem with the other Ace Attorney games because I fucking already played them.
I understand that and respect that, but I also think we did have some fun, and I'm glad we did it nonetheless.
Oh, I think it was a fun stream altogether, but it just started getting frustrating near the end. Because, again, I feel like the fact that we're reading the lines out loud effectively doubled the length.
It's probably easier to swallow when you know exactly how much longer you have.
Yeah. All right, everybody. I'm tired. I'll see you tomorrow for puzzles, probably. I
God
don't
bless.
know.
Thank you for coming.
I'm going to go put the other Switch game I'm playing back in my Switch so I can play it. World Ends With You is very good. Everybody should play it. Anyways, good night.
Bye.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I need you to stall. I actually forgot to set up
What?
my ending music. Stall
my
for a
God.
second. Don't worry about it. Just stall for a second.
What do you mean you forgot to send us? Why is that not like part of your end screen?
Because I'm lazy. I'm lazy and I need everything to actually take longer than it should. Anyways, it's set up now. Bye.